People, good evening. Guys, good evening to everyone. Let me just pop out those chats so I can see everyone. Right. We are at Dargonus. And there's tons of mini-maps left. Nandeldari and Drukai. For this part. Ugh. Stand in front of the palace. That's a point. Turn towards you. Head of Kiava Gamma's delegation. Kiava Gamma. And who unlocks this exactly, and why is the chest on my homeworld locked? They are animated, okay, you just don't... There is no wind, I guess. They are moving. I can clearly see them moving a bit. Much still. I guess it depends where you are. Winds are not howling on Dargonus. I don't know. I'm not even paying attention to it, to be honest. If you haven't told me, I would never pay attention whether it's moving or not. Iliad doesn't like it here on Dargonus. Janus delegation and Kiava Gamma delegation. List the names of each rogue trader to led the von Valancius dynasty dating back to the day the capital world was found. Argentia praying. What else? Bolje nego Baldur's Gate 3. A samo je turn-based, tako da ne mogu ni da poredim sa Vret. Standing upon the altar is an ancient image of Saint Macarius. His regal frame is covered in marks. The relic was claimed in a battle in a remote and forgotten world. And the chest that I can't open. Nothing I can do about it. Let's go to the palace. New details added. Valancius. Chambers. Let's see them. Oh, this is new. This big cogitator. The leather covers bear the names of the authors, mostly philosophers and theologians from their gods. The spines of the books are trimmed with gold. Remains of a plaque can be seen on a frame, alas the inscription is completely indistinguishable due to the patina. Cogitator is producing rhythmic sounds, among which a faint ringing stands out. Xenos music box. Sturdy safe equipped with several bizarre mechanisms. Thick piece of furniture is obviously well cared for. Its surface is still covered with a lot of scuffs, scratches and stains, traces of the previous rogue traders who sat at this table. Can I unlock this? Is there even an option? It says succeeded and I got. Sure. Well, that's new. The game is a Warhammer skin applied on Wrath of the Righteous engine with Wasteland 3 combat. But with more abilities, more skills, more talents. It's a more complex, like 10 times more complex version of Wasteland 3. That's how I see it. Unlike XCOM. Is YouTube buffering or what? Again, it works like garbage, eh? Because if it does, I think everything is fine on Twitch. It works fine for you, eh? Okay. So everywhere is fine. Which as well, I guess. No one complains. Zealot Cloak. Whenever hits an ally with an area attack, which I don't use, the wearer gains +1 stack of Zealot. Zealot, the wearer deals 10% damage with the area attacks for each stack of the Zealot effect. Yeah, maybe good on Pascal. Tech use on a wearer. Increases damage of plasma. This is Pascal. That's Pascal, man. I like the power grips on Pascal as well. Increases damage of plasma. The Reaper Cape is also great, but this one is a stacking Zealot. And they're both good. And now those gloves for strength can go to someone else. Parry with ballistic instead. Level up. Those that are left earlier. She goes with awareness. And she goes with ballistic. Jai. Lord Imperium. Fellowship. Idira. Logic. Willpower is maxed out. This time it's intelligence. You can sit down. The small secret room is remarkably quiet and almost homely. Perhaps your predecessor used it when she sought complete solitude. Listening to the muted melody coming from the wax speaker, you can easily imagine Theodora reading a book with a glass of expensive wine in hand. Choose a book. Several books are stacked next to the sofa. Some appear ancient, while others look like they've never been opened. Among Theodora's data has been restored using your cogitator is the phrase Litanies of the Motive Force. It is the title of one of the books here. Love is the only truth, scholar observation. Trios Astra Militar. Biographical sketch. Let's do Litanies of the Motive Force. As you pick up the book, a hidden button in its spine clicks under your finger. You have a glass of wine. 3 sealed bottles sit on a sturdy-looking low table. They're labeled Grandmaster Blood, Boon of Terra, and Flame of Purity. We go with a Flame of Purity. The wine fills the glass, glittering in the dim light of the room like liquid gold. Its tangy flavor burns your throat, leaving behind a spicy, biting aftertaste. Hear a short, faint hum as an unseen motor stirs into motion. Change music. The widescreen on data slate before you displays the names of several wax symphonies. Lord Imperium check succeeded. You recognize the melody that is playing right now. It is the first of 36 parts of the Symphony of Honor and Duty. Choose Honor and Duty Part 2. Choose Odes to the Most Holy Inquisition. Choose the piece Kitari Koar, the Rhythm of Machine, and Blessed Metal. Let's go with the Blessed Metal. Hear a loud click inside the wax speakers, and the piece that was playing earlier starts anew. Siren shatters the tranquil atmosphere in the room. Alarms have been sounded. What? Dante, good evening, Dante. What just happened? Oh, what on earth? What, they call Alan Wake too? Alan Woke. Walker's Gate and Alan Woke. Who's gonna win the game of the year? Woke Field. Shit, man. What is with this year? There were good games this year, okay? You had Atomic Heart, you had Darkest Dungeon 2, you have Rogue Trader, there was Lords of the Fallen. There were good games, okay? But media is straight up fucking cancer. They're cancer. Yeah, no one even mentioned Lies of P. True. I'm telling you, there were like 10 great games. There was Resident Evil 4 remake. No one speaks about it. There was Dead Space. No one speaks about it. But Volker's Gate and Alan Volk, that's there for the media. Oh man. Can you make a biomancer based on strength instead of agility? Yes. But I would recommend making a psyker sanctic. You can make a biomancer, but I definitely recommend a sanctic. When you wanna play as a tanky psyker, then it's sanctic. You can play everything with everything, okay? It's just what rhymes the best, and sanctic rhymes extremely well with strength character, toughness, tanky, melee. Okay? While, for example, Pyromancer rhymes the best with a squishy character that's gonna nuke enemies from afar. You know, telepath for a buffer, debuffer, and so on. Biomancer is great on Assassin because it gives poison. You know, and it gives stacks when you attack and so on, and you want to attack multiple times. And that's why it's good on agility character, someone that's dodgy. Today the stream is perfect, less stream, no one could watch. It wasn't because of me, I'm not changing my internet, I'm not changing my settings. That was all YouTube, it has nothing to do with me, I got 0 drop frames. For days now. And what's even funnier, when you go to the recorded versions, okay, of my live on YouTube, they're fine. Now explain me that. They didn't work for 2 days, okay, during live, with buffering and so on, but there is no buffering when you want to watch them, okay, recorded versions. I mean, you have them on my channel under live tab, see if it buffers. It doesn't, it's clean. What archetype does work the best with a pyromancer psyker? Officer or operative? But I would say operative definitely, because you got debuffs and then you nuke them with fire. You analyze, you expose weakness, and then you nuke them. Definitely it's operative. Now what type of operative? It doesn't really matter, to be honest. As long as you're nuking them out, reducing armor, dodge, and so on, you're good to go. Psy rating is what matters, okay? When you play with a psyker, whenever you have Psy rating choice to upgrade, okay? You're going in for Psy rating, because it buffs up the spells. Yeah. Again, it's a better quality on YouTube than on Twitch, but YouTube has that buffering issues during live. But the recorded versions, they're with extreme good quality, okay? There is like that when I pick the qualities, okay? Low, balanced, high, ultra, and then the one that's like the highest, okay? I don't even know how it's called. I picked that one for YouTube, so it's extremely good quality. But YouTube is not working as intended. Is this the only game I'll stream on both platforms? Or I'll do multi-streams always? Probably I'll do multi-streams always. Probably. Like 99% chance I'll do multi-streams always. We'll see. I don't even think about it, to be honest. So what happened with the book and with the clicking sound and with wine and with everything? You can only change the music now. After the alarm and the palace guard intrusion, the calm and comfortable atmosphere of this room has faded somewhat. Not even here can a rogue trader find a moment of privacy. Ah. Yes, it does. It can also sound like shits instead of sits. Look how my rogue trader shits. Alright, politics. Before we leave off, it's politics. According to the inscription on the statue, this is a gift from House Gaprak to the Von Valancius dynasty. More locked chests. Great. Tech use 13%. Sure. Get a joke, whatever. Skellender, Heinrichs, Clementia, Idira, my throne. Pascal. Your lordship, Clementia bowed her head politely. For a chancellor to a rogue trader, she's dressed rather simply. A parade doublet, polished boots, and a comfortable cloak. She bears a saber in a gilded scabbard. Whether for show or protection, one could not say. Only her ring, with a Verserian coat of arms, indicates that she is in the highest social strata. The governor is waiting on the periphery of the palace. Let me know when you would like to see him. Awareness check failed. Who rolls it? I do, without awareness. Yo. Like that. 15 different checks, man. No one can have a character with 15 different checks. What are your responsibilities as a chancellor? Put it simply, I'm your trade representative. Any and all decrees, deals, official communication, and meetings are first reviewed by me and then forwarded to you, and from you down the hierarchy. My purview also includes overseeing your lordship property, the palace, the estates, the many gardens, and other demesnes on Dargonos that you have inherited from Lady Theodora. Whenever you are present on Dargonos, consider me your personal secretary. Tell me about Dargonos. All deals and important decisions are made here in the capital. Many years ago, an ancestor of Lady Theodora signed an agreement with the Adeptus Administratum which allowed for efficient management of the world and the neighboring systems. In accordance with the decree, a share of the planet's population was assigned to the Administratum and converted into servitor scribes. They now toil across the entire world. Dargonus is also the seat of several noble families who run all the major planets in the Protectorate. If I may express my not so humble opinion, they care very little about who exactly stands at the helm. Those Pyrenas think about their own profits just as much as they do about the prosperity of the Protectorate itself, if not more. And lastly, Dargonos has its own fleet, luxury unavailable to the vast majority of other worlds in your realm. In addition to warships, the Protectorate also employs privateer ships, which are used to transport cargo between worlds. Does the capital stay in contact with the other worlds in the Protectorate? Unfortunately, not at this time. Your lordship, after the few representatives of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica on Dargonos went into frenzy, some of the Psykers were tragically pacified by the respective authorities. Since then, communication with the neighboring systems has been unreliable at best. Thank be to the Master of Mankind that you managed to find your way to the capital. If the noble houses are so volatile, what sense is there in keeping them? Over the many centuries, an intricate hierarchy has formed within the ruling elite of Dargonos. The Grey Houses do more than plunder your treasury. It is replenished to a large degree, thanks to their administrative work and their lands. Naturally, you can get rid of anyone whom you consider surplus to requirements, but right now it could threaten the fragile stability that is currently holding the Protectorate together. Any other issues? Apart from the disrupted communications, Dargonos was recently raided by enemies of humanity. However, the fleet under the command of Captain Marcius Verserian triumphed over the accursed Xenos. If you ask for my opinion on this matter, we have the situation completely under control. And again. Now it rolls with Idira here, and previous awareness check rolled with B. How the fuck you explain this now? Tell me about Governor Drivestem. Urban Drivestem is a well-respected man, and not just on Dargonos but throughout the Protectorate. For many centuries his house has supported the capital administration and logistics within the Von Valencia systems. The Drivestem's efforts secured years of order and prosperity for Dargonos. What's more, Lady Theodora personally insisted that the Lord Urban specifically be made the next governor. Tell me about Achilles Calendar. Secretary Calendar is an outstanding individual and a loyal servant of the Von Valancius dynasty. In Lady Theodora's absence, we collaborated on a number of issues related to the well-being of your domain. He has proven himself quite capable. I don't know why, but even the governor trembles before Achilles, which is unusual for a man of his, shall we say, standing. The governor can wait. Let's speak with Matrix. Or better to say, with Calendar. The slender figure, clad in robes made from expensive fabric, shudders from violent coughing. Pressing a gilded respirator to his face, the man takes several deep breaths. Achilles, it's been many moons. I hope your cousin is feeling well. Achilles covers his burnt lips, trying and failing to suppress a coughing fit. She is in good health. She sends her regards to you as well as her wishes for your swift return. For as long as the stars shine in the sky, my vigil continues. So it does. Achilles taps himself on the chest with his augmented hand. You hear the clanging of metal against metal. say nothing. My apologies, given the break in the communications between systems in the Expanse, it has become difficult to maintain contact with agents. Receiving this report and assessing the situation is my primary responsibility. Allow me to introduce Achilles Calendar properly. In addition to his duties as a Secretary of Administratium, he acts as an agent of the Golden Throne under my aegis. Mr. Calendar was transferred into my remit by a colleague who is engaged in other matters in the Koronus Expanse. I'm sure you will find Achilles' service useful, especially when dealing with the schemes of humanity's foes within the borders of your protectorate. Greetings. Allow me once again to express my deepest condolences on the loss of Lady Theodora. I will do everything I can to track down and destroy all of Kunrad Wojtyvir's accomplices on the capital world. Do you know anything about Kunrad? Word of his treason reached Dargonos too late. Kunrad came to the planet and left it almost immediately once he had sown discord in the minds of the gullible and naive. The worst of the rumors he started was that you were the one responsible for Lady Theodora's sudden demise. Of course, your loyal subjects did their best to skin alive any who showed signs of doubt, but it seemed unlikely that the wardens got to everyone who has allowed doubt into their heart and now nurtures it in a secret. Report. Already forwarded all official reports to your seneschal. As for the conversation we're having right now, wouldn't trust any paper or data slate with its contents. You see, Lady Theodora, may the Emperor have mercy on her soul, was perfectly aware of Dargonos' political environment. You, however, have only just arrived on the capital world, and I thought it would be the best to bring you up to speed. Frankly, the nobles of Dargonos, much like nobles of most worlds, are akin to spiders in a jar, ready to pounce on whoever is the weakest, or whoever they deem to be the weakest. The nobles of Dargonos are well-respected, rich and powerful individuals who held Lady Theodora's favor for many years, and found ways to rise above the rest by diligently serving the rogue trader. Every family pursues its own selfish interests, and each one expects that with the transition of power, they will retain and even add to their lands and wealth. The families I would recommend giving particular attention to are the Drive Stamps, the Gapraks, and the Sourbacks. I should also mention the Verserians, not a noble house per se, but a family that was part of Lady Theodora's inner circle. To the Blue Blood's great displeasure. Tell me about the Drive Stamps. An ancient governor house of Dargonos, predictably the greater the wealth of the von Valancius protectorate, the fuller their coffers grow. Their reputation is flawless except for one detail. We have evidence that the urban drive-stem rivals seem to have the misfortune of regularly falling victim to Xenos raids. I find that these attacks are always a little too advantageous for the drive stamps, but we lack solid proof, and it might never surface. The closer an official is to rogue trader, the braver and safer they feel. I would just like to remind everyone that rubbing shoulders with Xenos is a heresy that can be overlooked only in the case of von Valancius' heir, not his servant. What makes Gaprak special? Gapraks hail from a remote forge world, and among their distant relatives there are many servants of the Omnissiah, and the house itself is close to the cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Both in spirit and in their business connections, the Gapraks oversaw the industrial shipments within your protectorate, until recently. Ever since the astrophatic communication with Kiava Gamma was severed, they've been quite concerned about the security of the planet placed in their care. I've been to Kiava Gamma, the planet was tainted by the cult of the Final Dawn. These are grim tidings. It's a tragedy that the industrial world of such tremendous capacity was brought down by the pernicious influence of the archenemy. Perhaps my colleagues can pick up the cultist trail in the cold void. Of course, it would be a small consolation to all of us. Tell me about Sourbacks. Religious and hard-working, Sourbacks own many enterprises on the world Sentinel's pride, including the distillation manufacturers that produce Prometheum. I must note that the lately members of the Sourback family have been prone to overly liberal statements about the von Valancius dynasty. They believe that Theodora is a bit too keen to leave her worlds without proper oversight. Tell me about Verserians. The Verserians are a line founded by Lady Theodora's seneschal, and as such are nominally considered nobility. At least from the standpoint of the Imperial Navy from which Lord Abelard hails. On Dargonos, however, their position is precarious. Firstly, they never were granted an official title, a process which has been impeded for decades by the old houses of Dargonos, and secondly, the other families do not see them as equals, but more as upstarts clinging to the rogue trader favor. The Verserians are responsible for the capital world fleet and the majority of cargo shipments on domestic routes. After hearing all of that, I now feel the urge to have every one of those psychopaths executed at once. You are naturally well within your right, rogue trader, but remember that this will cause the multi-layer bureaucratic system of Dargonos of your entire protectorate in fact to come apart at the seams. And that's not even considering the likelihood of attempted reprisals from their families and allies. I would hold off on the death sentences, act with restraint and wisdom, present for all to see sufficient proof of the unwanted house guilt. Do not mistake me, mass executions are one way to solve your problems, but in that case you should weigh up every possible scenario before you act. What else you want to report? At this time it concerns the main reason for my presence on this planet, Xenos, and the threat they pose both to you and the humanity as a whole. The last few months have been difficult for the people who report to me. My eyes and ears scattered throughout the Koronus Expanse, warp disturbances, astropods overcome with madness, ships disappearing in the Imperium. Many of the observers and contacts have gone dark, or have been killed by some calamity or other. Still, I managed to establish communication with some key individuals who were able to warn me about incoming threats, including Xenos raids. It is within my power to supply you with intelligence on where and when the Xenos will strike next. I do not doubt that the Governor Drivestem will beg you for protection against the Xenos, and in this fight the information from my contacts will serve you well. I beseech you, if I ever report a threat looming over a ship or a planet, do not dismiss it. Sometimes it takes an intervention from the rogue trader and his mighty voidship to avert the mighty voidship. I get fucking one-shotted by everyone. Mighty voidship. It sounds like a joke. We should call it lucky voidship, because you're lucky when you win. Not mighty. Mighty. What happened with the scars on your face? 5 years ago there was an accident. Several tanks of promethium exploded in a storehouse at my estate, and I was buried alive under the rubble. The Emperor preserved my soul, and the skilled physicians of Dargonos saved my body, except for my lungs, with which I had to part. I presume the incident was an attempt on my life by the identity of whoever was behind it remains a mystery. And your responsibilities are... Officially, I'm a secretary of this World Administrative Department. Less officially, I'm afraid I can't disclose that even to you. In short, I collect and investigate reports of heresy taking root on upstanding planets of humanity. Above all else, I'm concerned about the Xenos threat that hangs over the entire Koronus Expanse, including your protectorate. Sadly, my mission was complicated by the recent warp disturbances. I'm still trying to re-establish contacts with many of my agents. Tell me about the Xenos. The residents of the local systems are no strangers to skirmishes with enemies of humanity, but recently the loathsome beasts seem to have completely flown off the handle. We're receiving reports from ships that made it through the warp to Dargonos, but they and the colonies that they departed from are being attacked. We identified a breed of Xenos that pose this threat, the Drukhari. Humanity ancient and insidious foes. Be vigilant on your travels. The Xenos will undoubtedly attack a rogue trader's ship should they find the circumstances to be in their favor. Unfortunately, in the host of humanity, there are those who are willing to grovel before our enemies in the hopes of valuable reward. You may be interested to know that we're on the trail of such heretics. He glances at the data slate. Overwhelming evidence indicates that the marauded void station in Langren's belt is being used as a base by a band of pirates who are not about dealing with Xenos. I was unable to persuade the Chancellor of the need to dispatch a ship there, but perhaps you would like to pay a courtesy call to these scoundrels yourself. Do you know about the cult of the Final Dawn? My knowledge is deplorably limited. All my attention has been focused on tracking Xenos activity. I'm certain the Master Van Kalovsk can tell you much more. About your unofficial work? Yes. Whom do you truly serve, the rogue trader or the interrogator of the Inquisition? Achilles quickly glances at Heinrichs. And whom does the rogue trader serve? The Golden Throne, the Protectorate? Could it be that one stems from the other? And if so, is there any sense in discussing it? I want a list of all of your agents and the means to contact them. I can understand your desire as a rogue trader to have everything under your control, and yet I'm not at liberty to make use of classified information related to the interrogator's agents in whatever way I see fit. There's no point in pressing my agents. None of them would ever reveal such vital information, especially not in my presence. Tell Verserian that I can receive the governor of Dargonus. What the fuck? Ah. On a bug report, the bug disappears. And how am I supposed to explain him that there was a following black screen around me, man? They can't even see it. So what's the point of reporting? I'm ready to see the governor. 20th in his line, rogue trader, keeper of the sacred warrant, and the ruler of the Koronus Expanse, from the Hranach system to the 100 Dreams crossroads. I bid you welcome. Urban Drivestem, governor of this great world. First and foremost, please accept my deepest condolences. It will be difficult to recover from the loss of a woman as great as Theodora von Valancius. It pains me to think that she is no longer with us. Citizens of Dargonus and of the entire protectorate grieve alongside you. Please allow us to declare half a year of mourning so we can honor the memory of our beloved lady. Declare a full year of mourning. I will immediately give all necessary instructions. Lady Theodora was a strong leader, and we ought to follow her example. Let us lean on our wisdom and persevere in spite of this tragedy together, and let us carry on where she no longer can by leading the von Valancius protectorate to even greater prosperity. Alas, it won't be an easy task to accomplish. Some time ago, the Astrophats of Dargonus flew into rage, and they had to be subdued. We are gradually restoring our ability to speak with the neighboring worlds, but the contracts are still weak, and the routes are tangled and no longer lead to the systems that the captains expected them to. Given that the vast majority of the ships in the Dargonus Navy travel without relying on the services of navigators, without your engagement, the well-being of the von Valancius dynasty and billions of its subjects is presently at risk. Kunrad Wojtyvir, former Master of Whispers, is a heretic and a traitor. Has he shown his face on Dargonus? Lord Wojtyvir visited the capital some time ago. He did not request a personal meeting. A heretic, you say? Now I see where all the whispering in the corridors has come from. I shall be frank with you, your lordship. Lady Theodora's sudden death was a blow to every one of us, and the absence of any sort of verifiable and complete information about her successor gives grounds for all manner of rumors and misinterpretations. Especially if someone is deliberately insisting unrest and discontent. Naturally, none would dare challenge you by accusing you of something as sacrilegious as murdering a rogue trader. However, Kunrad Wojtyvir was once a true boon to the protectorate back in the day, and as such some might heed his words. Publicly rip out the vocal cords and tongues of every slanderer and replace them with wax implants that sing the praises of rogue trader without interruption. I should think that will serve as a reminder of who rules this world. Subject all who dare to make heretical remarks about the rogue trader to servitor in perpetuus. Machines aren't prone to dissidence. I'll immediately make all the arrangements so that the order can be carried out properly. We met a ship from Dargonus not too long ago. The crew was transporting a strange artifact and went mad during the flight. This is still a regrettable bit of news. What's more, leaving Dargonus has been forbidden for several cycles now. It seems Verserian family has once again failed in their primary responsibilities. He shoots Abelard, the condensing liquid. We'll investigate this at once, as well as the fact that the ship had to acquire a permit with the administrative seal. Does your nephew still serve at the administrative palace? The governor presses a number of buttons on the cogitator built in his bracer and looks up at you in surprise. I don't understand. The ship did indeed depart from orbit, but it did so, if you can believe it, on the rogue trader authorization. That is why no one dared to impede its departure. Lord Captain, it would seem that Kunrad somehow got his hands on a copy of your authorization, or perhaps even the original. A tool like that in the hands of a traitor does not bode well. And what exactly do the Dargonus nobility expect from me in the light of the loss of routes and communication with other worlds? We're all troubled, but by the fate of agri-world Janus, that supplied Dargonus and other planets with foodstuffs. Empty stomachs can drive even the mildest rebel to revolt. Furthermore, House Gaprak is perturbed by the loss of communication with the industrial world Kiava Gamma, which is in their charge. If you wish to know my opinion, the world that deserves your attention the most is the panel world Vibos 6, one of the key mining suppliers in your protectorate. Kiava Gamma is free. Such woeful tidings. I assume the House Gaprak is in for an official investigation. If I may remind you, they have particularly close ties to Adeptus Mechanicus and serve as patrons of Kiava Gamma, not to speak in the defense of criminals. But from where I stand, the outbreak of heresy on Kiava could hardly have been perpetrated by a noble family who stands to lose the majority of wealth should the industrial world fall. It's too early to draw any conclusions. We'll wait for the results of the investigation. Most reasonable. What of the industrial world? Are we to expect trade to recommence? You will learn about everything in due course. Drivestem humbly bows his head. I've been to Janus. Governor Viat found herself facing a number of problems in my absence. The Viat line is one of the oldest in the Von Valancius protectorate. If the inheritor of such well-respected blood could not handle whatever had befallen her, then the situation must have been extraordinary indeed. Vistenza Viat is no longer in charge of the world. She is dead. I've delivered Janus into more capable hands. The Viat line is broken. Such horrible news. It will shake many who are connected to the Viats and who are used to the immunity that comes with our class. That does it for the planets and the trade routes. Xenos, your lordship, I don't rightly know where to begin. Otherworldly beasts are not uncommon sight in the Koronus Expanse. They've been a menace to the worlds this side of the map for decades. Now the abominations are on a rampage. They show no signs of fear as they attack ships, either damaging them to the point where they become unfit for transport duty or outright gutting them. Only you have the power to stop this madness. We're in the process of restoring the astropathic core of Dargonus. Luckily, we were forced to slay only some of the ranged psychers. Although those that remain are as yet unable to transmit messages, I hope Master Skellander will help his word and offer you his support in the war against the Xenos. According to his reports, the region of Vibos 6 been particular concern in the last few cycles, which is all the more reason to discover the colony's fate as soon as possible. Now to issues on a smaller scale, there is a certain degree of tension in the capital due to the unorthodox succession to the Sacred Warrant. Chances of uprisings are minimal, of course, and the spreading of rumors is nothing but a sign of weakness of mind and spirit. Nonetheless, I prepared a list of minor houses that have demonstrated unseemly discomposure at your succession. What is to be done about them? Eliminate the most prominent malcontents quietly, do not threaten entire families. Hopefully the steps will be enough to keep the rest from causing any more trouble. Once your lordship Fred descends upon the guilty, have no doubt there won't be a soul on their guns willing to share their fate. And one last thing, your lordship, your inauguration as a bearer of the sacred warrant is but a matter of time. I would like to inquire about one crucial detail. I imagine you're intending to uphold the centuries-old tradition, bolstered by an equally long-lasting friendship, of being represented on Dargonas by one of the noble houses. I presume that, as before, this duty will be accorded to House Drivestab. I will bestow this honor to Abelard. Verserians. Lord Captain, to accompany you at such a critical hour is the greatest honor for the Verserian bloodline. Have no fear, we will not fail you. Drivestamp tosses Abelard a look that lacks even the smallest shred of respect. Forgive my boldness, but I must remind you that Verserians, whose lineage traces back to a navy officer, are not of Dargonus nobility. Such decisions may have adverse effects on your subjects' loyalty. I shall immediately relay your commands, most gracious rogue trader. Thank you for your time. When is the ceremony? I'm afraid that until you deal with the pressing issues, the ceremony will have to be postponed. Many trade routes are still unavailable. The central worlds of the Von Valancius Protectorate are going through a crisis, and the warp disturbances, if void observers are to be believed, will prevent important guests from reaching the capital. Is that all? That's all. Reclaim what was lost. Now, I cannot open this. It's like, man, come on. We got a lot of things to do. Anything else here with Clementia before we leave? Anything with Skelender? Anything with Heinrichs? It's, loot will wait. There's nothing I can do about it. Absolutely nothing I can do about it. All the streams that you people missed and you wanna watch and check out what happened and so on is on my YouTube channel, but it's not in videos like it used to be for years. Now it's on a live tab. So when you enter the channel homepage and there's videos, then something else that is live. Click on a live tab and there you can watch previous videos. From now on, when you click on videos on YouTube, there's only gonna be guides, reviews, you know, stuff like that. No more walkthroughs. Basically. Because there's live streams. And I guess it's better. It makes the channel look cleaner, tidier. And I don't upload, you know, for example, 2 hours video and then there's like 50 parts for a 100 hours long game. Now there's gonna be 20. What is the most OP class? It doesn't exist. Terrible news from Dargonus. The subsidiary hive city Scipion has been destroyed in a series of cascading failures. Production halted and millions of people have broken their vows of obedience and are fleeing. Many of them are perishing in the wastelands and overloading the transport lines leading to the neighboring hives. Surrounding residential sectors are becoming increasingly agitated by the influx of refugees. What is your directive regarding the distribution of the refugees? What's the cause of the catastrophe? It's still unclear. Noble houses are throwing the blame at one another. Agents of the venerable Achilles calendar stationed on Scipion have died heroically while trying to save the population from this disaster. Their latest reports mention some vulnerabilities in industrial sectors of the lower high, but do not go into further detail. Additionally, all of your servants are currently busy with investigating the causes of the crisis, but are not doing anything to deal with its consequences. What say my advisors? The death of Achilles' agents troubles me. It may not be a coincidence. Until the causes of the disaster can be concretely established, I would avoid letting refugees into other hives. There may be saboteurs among them. I recommend setting up a prohibitive cordons, where the refugees can be contained in the wastelands between the hives. The Emperor bids us to face the often cruel strokes of fate with dignity. If the other hives do not wish to accept the unfortunate victims of this tragedy, then let the victims themselves teach those living in hives a lesson in resilience and humility. I'm sure that the Ecclesiarchy will aid the refugees in constructing camps to survive out in the wastelands and establish a community of proud desert-dwelling martyrs. Such harsh conditions will be a crucible of fortitude and fearlessness. This tragedy affects the spirit. Noble houses are trying to wash their hands of this. How predictable. Yet it's their duty to see that the planet meets its tight obligation and brings glory and revenue to the treasury in your absence. Let aristocrats take care of the refugees and make sure they don't stop until every last refugee has come to testify. We listen to Heinrichs. Set up prohibitive cordons at the perimeter of the hives. No fucking refugees. I hate the word refugees. Or God forbid, migrants. I shall draft a few orders for my informants on Dragones. The refugees quickly realized that they would not find shelter in the hives and dispersed across the wastelands. Harsh lesson in discipline has been delivered to the capital. Von Kalov's agents have run a thorough investigation to identify many of the refugees who'd managed to reach and hide in the hives. Remembering how the rogue trader had treated their relatives and neighbors, they could have plotted their revenge if only they hadn't been expelled into the wastelands. A new hive city will be established on the top of the ruins of Scipion. Profit factor, complexity, efficiency, people. It blocks extasiums for the nobility. It blocks Emporium. Player character gains the nobility's perfection feature. Rogue trader will gain +5 to all skills. Emporium. Passage costs -1. Passage for what? I'm going with +5 to all skills, profit factor, execute. Let's check those colonies, see if there's anything new, but I doubt. The washing machine bug is there. Profit factor, phlogistones down. Requirements plus steel, weapons, explorator security, wisdom of the tech guards. It blocks lawless servitors. +2 security for all colonies, yeah. And Dragonus. can wait. We save. I need to restart the game every time when you enter a colony. There's the washing machine sound. Just to take a piss. 1 second. Be right back. Mundus Nullius. Trust in the navigator judgment and approach the warp storm. Emergency aboard the voidship. A foul warp entity has pierced the thin veil of the Geller field and spawned unimaginable beasts of unnatural hues. The box systems are picking up the crewman's screams and warp fiends, loathsome jiggling. Situation demands immediate intervention. I'm gonna go and wipe them all out. Not a big deal. I thought you can't get ambushed during the warp jump when it's yellow, but apparently you can. No, there's yellow, orange, and red. This was orange. What is it? Oh, 3 pink cutters and blue cutters and whatnot. Of them in total. Start with the finest tower.
momentum.
Argenta. Argenta is straight up fucking unreal.
High momentum.
Unreal.
Watches over us.
Where's the way out? I can get out. It's bugged. Oh my. Where's the way out? Huh? Holy shit, it's critical. Well, my saves. I have a quick save before starting off. Let's try to restart the game and see if there is a way out. If there is no way out, there's nothing I can do. I'll need to reduce the difficulty of warp and without this ambush. Yes. Mecenice. Mrvi cheat. Mrvi cheat. Mrvi cheat. Evo ti na stolu ovdje. Pustit ću malo mrvicu kod mene, zatvori vrat. Daj mi kap. Mrvi cheat. Mrvici. Mrvi cheat. Ajde mrvici. Mrvičici. Mrvici. Dizivni mrvici. Is there a way out?
Pain and beauty go hand in hand.
It's nothing.
Let the fate guide my path to
You
glory.
pay an even greater price.
We've seen the fight at least. We know it exists. I'll reduce it to unsafe. And let's work. Starship remains.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Vergilius, it was a long time ago, yeah. Around 5 years ago. Around 5 years ago, something like that. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry. Valley of Sleep. The crew discovered a hidden valley littered with thousands of animal skeletons. Augur data suggests that some kind of sleeping gas went here. Likely the animals either don't realize they're headed for a deadly trap or ever come here to die on purpose. Study the gas. After a series of experiments, the ship's weaponsmiths managed to perfect a few different types of ammunition. Gas cloud grenades. Muro. Strange and frightening discovery was made at one of the sites on this frozen world. Countless human bodies suspended in the clear ice of glacier. The bodies showed no signs of injury. It was as if they divided into liquid water the moment before it turned to solid ice, freezing them in place with their eyes wide open, their hair fanning out behind them. Searches uncovered nothing that could explain this mystery. Oof. You approach the Adeptus Mechanicus Void Station, you're met with a hostile scrutiny of its defense lasers. An explorator, Lex Mechanic, who introduces himself as Service Unit 42, dispassionately inquires how the station can be of use to the rogue trader. Test your new cannons on the station. Propose a trade of resources with explorators. Inquire if the explorators have goods to trade. Full cargo give. Transuranium elements to Adeptus Mechanicus. Give Adeptus Mechanicus the gas you harvested. Plunder the station. Torpedoes full cargo. Inquire if explorators have goods to trade. What? It's draft. Work in progress. They know it's draft. I really hope they can manage to fix everything in a month from now. I really hope. Propose a trade. Upon consolidating data from the station main cogitator, Lex Mechanic Survey Unit 42 confirms that the station requires rare transuranium elements or natural gas. Draft. Work in progress. Now, let's go to Telecos Epsilon. Or to Trinities. They're all reds. Or even better to Aviorius. I mean, I can also make a route like this as well. I don't know if I should waste Navigator Insight. Palatium Stellus. We're gonna make it unsafe. Kiava Gamma began a new stage of development. Approach the War Tree. Check succeeded. We gained 6 Navigator Insights. Nice. Wasted 5 against 6. 7 with this. Good with me, man. Good with me. Washing machine bug now, but I need to do it. Pulse stone, we can do shit. On Janus, do shit. A cryptic message arrived from Kiava Gamma. Fabricator sends a reports they have been beheld the eye of the divine. I request details from your less devout servants, and they clarify that the Inquest group, which is being investigated in many inexplicable events that have been taking place on the planet, follow a trail of mysterious binary harmonics, and came upon an ancient and abandoned data complex. Oh, давай. Šta je ovo? Šta je ovo? Kakva? To je žuć. Jogurt. Kakva, šta je ovo? Latte. Dobra. Null Caliph is immersed in sacred astrologational calculation and has shown no inclination to make contact. The tech priests that connected to it were punished for the intrusion with a lethal ejection of their motive force. The only thing they managed to find out is that the spirit of the data loom is not bound with those vows of compliance that would normally restrain a machine spirit of such power. This astoundingly mighty entity bows to no one, driven only by its own aims. Jel radi bilo koje svetlo? Ti nisi, ti si... Ja da se krstim samo. Pa rekao sam ti. Ali sad nema nigde, izbacila sklopka. My wife, whenever she touches a switch for lights, something explodes in the house. I do it 10,000 times in a row, everything is fine. When she gets in contact with electricity, no matter what it is, if it's a PC, if it's a mobile, if it's lights, everything explodes. And now we don't have power in half of our house. I need to turn the power on. 2 minutes, be right back. Next is Dark Eldar. Not immediately. I plan to go to Footfall first. Not yet. What is this, the abandoned complex? An ancient production facility far older than the colony itself. Perhaps the first explorators who came to Koronus Expanse set up a station on the yet uninhabited planet. The directory contains no data to support this hypothesis. It does, however, contain the designation Null Caliph. The Null Caliph initiative is a project of the fabled Archmagus Opticon 107, whose function was initial exploration of the Koronus Expanse. All information on this project was removed from the directory, as per the Fleet Conclave decree following Permissibility Hearing 16. By the same decree, Archmagus Opticon 107 was stripped of his title as the Conclave's Prolactor Supremus. What is the data? Sacred computational mechanism of great power. Its body is vast, and the wisdom and the metal of its machine spirit would befit an imperial tide. Machines of such might and splendor are kept carefully hidden from the eyes of laity and worship on certain planets as great Logis oracles, sacred angels of the Omnissiah or demigods. Null Caliph structure includes remarkable pieces of archaeotech, parts of it extending from far throughout Kiala Gamma like a void cracking tentacles. We now know where the warp transmitter modified by Cubist Delphin came from. It must have been part of this mechanism. I never had a chance to speak, what the fuck? But I never had a chance to speak with my companions, man. I just asked and it closed. Oh. Koronus finished. The genetic purges will be stopped. This world needs working hands. People. Issuing this decree will significantly tighten production quotas, dooming legars to being processed into corpse starch, which will encourage the most diligent servants. Doctrine of rationality. Shield of the Emperor. 5% critical chance against pirates. The rogue trader flagship is escorted by an armed frigate. Shield of the Emperor. I really believe we need Shield of the Emperor. Scrap for winning space battles, 20% more scrap, but it blocks Shield of the Emperor, or not blocks, and we get an escort ship, an armed frigate, so critical chance against pirates, scrap for winning space battles, 20% more. I think I'm gonna opt in for the build of the Expanse. Fellowship of the Void. Security goes down if I decide to do it, but we get Xenotech, Adamantium, Phlogiston. Profit factor. This raises security for all colonies, with a shield for the Emperor. What you bloody pick now? Profit factor goes up, Fellowship goes up, Imperial Navy goes up. I mean, we do need Imperial Navy. We really need Imperial Navy when I better think about it. We're gonna execute Shield of the Emperor because of the Imperial. Better greed rewards with pirates. But we can buy upgrades for the ship like this. Okay. Now we check the buggy Kialagama. What is this abandoned complex? Do we have any idea at all what it might be calculating? All we have is hypothesis, according to which the null Caliph can see into the warp similar to a navigator. According to the Magi, it can calculate routes through the immaterium without the rest of fear of corruption. Given the fact that it has no human soul, they claim that its power is comparable to that of a navigator house. Apparently, Procedure OX was initiated by this mechanism to integrate Magi with high psychic potential in order to expand its own computational capacity. It ends the fucking dialogue! Leveled up. Oof! Sending the dialogue, man. What do my advisors make of this? I wish to form an alliance with Null Caliph. This machine must submit to my will. Dismantle the dangerous man. What does Pascal have to say about this? The great machine spirit that identifies itself as Null Caliph bears potential as a valuable ally, one that could replace the need for navigators comprised of fallible flesh. We must make contact with this holy entity, for to do so is to honor the Omnissiah's tenets. The tech priests who had the audacity to disturb Null Caliph were deprived of their motive force is a testament to the might of its data voice. I hold the knowledge to create a mediator that could interface with a fearsome machine spirit and ease the burden of its revelations on unprepared minds. If it stares into the warp, then it's vulnerable to attacks from the warp. Never thought I'd ever suggest something like this, but if we want to make that machine obey us, we should assault it through the immaterium. A navigator data loom. This abomination makes a mockery of every navigator house legacy. The very fact of its existence is profoundly sickening and vile. Null Caliph must be destroyed post-haste. Allow me to send word to the other navigator houses. They will waste no time in dispatching their forces to destroy this monstrosity. Pascal, create your mediator and forge an alliance with Null Caliph. Now this is a difficult choice. Idira wants to enslave, Cassia wants to destroy it, Pascal wants to subdue it. Oh hey, Cassia is logical and she wants to destroy something that acts as a navigator, and it's not with a soul. A navigating machine for the warp. Interesting. Send a word to the navigator. House's Null Caliph must be destroyed. Mech trains. Chapel of Revelation and multi-forces life. Planet manufacturers are only as efficient as its logical system. Place mechanics predict a major growth in the world over a manufacturing output. With sacred mechanisms. Cogs. Execute. Save, and we need to restart the game because of the washing machine bug. There are so many options. I need to level up as well. There are so many options during these interactions. And have in mind that all of this will be polished out tremendously in the next month. And then like that first month, okay, when people are in Prologue, Act 1, start of the Act 2 and football, Alcat will easily have like days advantage to start fixing up later chapters along the way when people play. And that's how it's gonna be. But it's gonna be great. The game, if you ask me what's the biggest negative of the game, it's probably going to be bugs. That's the biggest negative of the game. That's gonna get fixed in time, it's gonna be perfect. Now, what's the biggest strength of the game? You know, if you can put up only one thing like a biggest strength of the game, the biggest strength of this game is immersion. Okay. The amount of things that the game throws at you, you really feel like you have to act as a rogue trader, to conquer those worlds, to keep track of everything. And then on top of it all, it's a CRPG with a turn-based combat. But a CRPG with a turn-based combat is actually not the main factor of the game. The main factor is freaking immersion. And the amount of choices and consequences in the game is absolutely amazing. Okay, you shape the entire Koronus Expanse, depends on your choices, of course, and the map is fucking huge. Huge. You got everything to take care of. That's definitely the biggest strength of the game. Immersion. Is this all the stuff that was in beta and above it? Okay, this is very close to the full release of the game. What you see now, you're gonna see it exactly the same in a month, but with less bugs. Or maybe even some areas without bugs. Okay. Level 30. Talent and ability. I'm taking dodge. Kinda wanna go for the warp speed, but I need abilities 2 times, and we're gonna do it as an exemplar. Because warp speed also benefits the officer like crazy, but I can't do it right now. And that means that we need to pick something from here. What? Also, as an officer, you can profit out of enfeeble as well. It scales with upside 8. And of course there is Inspire. Raise damage. There's Fervor. That's for the damage dealing officer. There's Finish the Job. Uite, troll de izaći. We're going for Inspire. Oh, linchpin on Argenta, even better. This is gonna give her damage, this is gonna give her ulti. Now it all depends on upgrades for linchpin and for Inspire gains additional damage for every 10 stacks. Go with Inspire. Elliot. I'm tempted for Drukhari weapon proficiency on Elliot. Cause she is Eldari, I mean she should have this automatically, man. I don't get it, she's Eldari, she should be able to wield Drukhari weapons as well. It's the same shit. Six additional damage for praise for allies. Trail enemy ends the turn. But you gain an additional turn if enemy is killed.
When you use it for the third time during combat, the bounty hunter recovers one charge or hunt down the prey. But yeah, we're gonna test out Hut on the Trail. Jai. Jai is garbage. Complete and utter garbage. I love all companions, I fucking hate her. Everything about her. Lore, writing, class, distribution of talents. Everything is a disaster. This is gonna be like the least playable character in Rogue Trader. She's disgusting. Disgusting. Yeah, Marajai is a new companion. Yeah. You just reminded me now. True. But that's later on. Click you, Jai. Thanks for the follow. Ballistic. You can take a linchpin, because I got a strong. And thanks for subscribing and welcome. Super Shreed. Thanks. Indeed. What I do with you. Well, the Psyker is not in the target's line of sight. She always is. Power conduit in this case. Wanna go with a mind rupture, but it is psi rating. Features psi rating 3, but she has psi rating 3, what the fuck? Total value is 3. Rapture psi rating 3, total psi rating is 3. It has to say talent feature psi rating 3. You need to learn psi rating 3 and then it's gonna become 4. Now I don't know if it's a bug or if it's intended like this, because her psi rating is 3. Now we don't know if it's a bug because there is a talent that says psi rating 3. Okay, I might be wrong as well. Again, there's the psi rating 3. Feature psi rating 3. It doesn't say total psi rating 3 on a mind rapture. It says feature. You need to learn psi rating 3 if you want mind rupture. Okay. But you cannot learn mind rupture until you become an exemplar. Because there are no more abilities. You need to become an exemplar. In other words, you can't do shit right now. You can go with dominate, for example, or with mind bond. We're gonna go with mind bond. I don't think it's a bug, I think it's intended. With Cassia. Orb Curse unleashed. Curse the enemy until the end of combat. With all incoming warp damage increased. Increase all other types of incoming damage as well by the navigator willpower bonus percentage. By 15 plus 8. By 22. 23. Immolate the soul. Soul burn. Straight line. Costs 2 action points. Willpower bonus on damage. Huge willpower. Damage to all targets in a line inflicts the soul burn. Soul burn effect. Target will suffer 3 plus navigator willpower bonus. That would be 11 damage at the start of their turn. At the end of their turn, they must pass a willpower test to remove the flames. When burning, Psykers suffer additional damage every time they use psychic powers, and demons every time they attack or use psychic powers. I kinda wanna test how it goes. There is Held in My Gaze as well, though it's also nice. Flat damage immobilize. And it's only 1 action point, while Immolate is 2 action points. Show the Pot is great, because you give a free charge to an ally. Basically, decrease veil degradation. What I wanted to say, my wife interrupted me. I like navigators spells way much more than Psyker. And perhaps they should give some of these spells to Psyker as well. All allies in a 12-cell radius around Cassia will gain willpower deflection against warp damage until the navigator next turn. I haven't seen that many enemies with warp damage. Everything sounds good. Okay, every single ability from the navigator sounds good. Basically, Cassia doesn't need an archetype. There is no point to play as any archetype with Cassia. I took the best one because of the free fields, where she gives bonus to penetration, bonus to dodge. Okay, but wasting on stratagems, that's bullshit. Why would you when you have all this? 3-cell radius circle, willpower resist test, those who fail, immobilize. On a will save. Move enemies out of the zone. When you play with a lot of melees, on easier difficulties, not on unfair, you're gonna get one-shotted as a melee, but on easier difficulties like hard and below, you should learn Zone of Fear first, when available. And then you send like 2 or 3 things on enemies, and you just whack Zone of Fear. And you trigger like multiple attacks of opportunity, because enemies scatter, and you whack them. And then you bring them back with a Notch of Purpose, and you bring them back to with a Point of Curiosity for additional attacks of opportunity. If you get lucky enough, you can trigger like 9 or 10 attacks of opportunity easily. What do I benefit out the most from unfair is held in my gaze, because it's only 1 action point. I need cheap abilities, and this is the cheapest. Argentina. It reduces criticals. Fuck your confident approach when it reduces critical damage. She doesn't need anything anymore. I made her perfect like this. She literally doesn't need abilities anymore. So we're gonna take a kick. Not because of damage, but because we can kick and shoot when someone gets close. But basically she's done, Argenta is done. Everything we wanted is there. For Abelard, damage deflection against ranged, equal to the number of the stacks of unyielding beacon. Forces an enemy in their melee range to immediately attack the Vanguard. And then all of Vanguard allies whack the enemy for the fellowship bonus, which is low, not for Abelard. Everything is fellowship bonus. We're going with the bulwark. The best option on easier difficulties is force distraction. I doubt that enemies will react to force distraction on unfair. Okay, it will be like you casted nothing. They're gonna resist. But everything hard and below, force distraction is a must. You extract an ally, they all attack Abelard. So basically how you do it, you go close where the ally is, you mark the ally with force distraction, and you taunt all enemies around you. Before that, you trigger defensive stance and wall of Rakrit, Ferocrit, and then he auto parries and counterattacks all enemies that wanted to kill your ally, basically. But it won't work on unfair. So that's why I go for Bulwark. Bulwark will work against range attacks. You can parry ranged. Why not? Heinrichs. As an assassin. I could get a free attack with a Death Whisper, it costs 0 action points. Why the fuck not? Poised Strike is not needed. Dance Macabre is not needed. This is not... When you play with Dance Macabre, I gave a build on my YouTube channel. It's a charger build. And you learn 5 charge spells, you learn Slice, and then you go with Dance Macabre Assassin melee. But that's for the main character, and you don't opt in as a Psyker, because Heinrichs is a Psyker. It makes no freaking point to do that build on him. You will be lagging behind 2 or 3 talents if you decide to go as a charger Heinrichs. We go with a free attack on a Death Whisper. I'm gonna buff him up, he's gonna be strong enough. And Pascal. If you're gonna stick with a lore, it should be an advanced skill tech use. If you're gonna stick with a lore. But it doesn't need anything out of all of this that's left. So yeah, I can go without you. And the last ability for the Bounty Hunter on Pascal. It has to be Hot on a Trail. Piercing Call, no. Call is good on Irlet. Although it's nice because you reduce 3 times the difficulty tier of enemy armor. So that's gonna be an additional reduction. If you lower armor below 20, the enemy's dodge is also decreased, and you do it with Analyze, Expose, Call the Bold, Shoot. And you nuke armor and dodge on enemies completely. That's one option. The other option is Cut on a Trail. Slay the game in Piercing Shatter, not for Pascal. Gain additional turn if allies kill Cut on a Trail. Gain additional this, additional that. Cooldown is reset. Free prey, hit chance, all allies against the enemy that's hot. But 30% Hot on a Trail if tier is 5 or above. This is a boss killer. And the other one is also a boss killer if he can reduce dodge and armor. Now, because he's already reducing dodge and armor from operative, we're gonna go with allies benefit with Hut on a Trail. It ends his turn, so you should suppose to cast this the last ability. Then it's only 0 action points. Like, yeah. Where were we? I forgot where we were, man. Yeah, extra turn when you can actually do some damage. On Pascal, extra turn, I mean, you can analyze and reduce even further if you want to, with exposed weakness. It depends. Imperial voidship. Palatium Stellus. You're addressed by Victor the Hollowheart, captain of the Settler of Darkness, who quite rudely suggests that you return what you stole from the cache in the Mundus Nullius system. Attack without a word. Let me see what I'm dealing with. I really need the support cruiser upgrade, and it's not done yet. That's what I need the most right now. Make ship combat a bit easier. It's gonna mean a lot.
I lift up my voice in prayer for this vessel and its hallowed guns.
Look at that. They're tier 10. Tier 10 Corvette. I can't even stink there, man. Come on. Even with a backup, it's gonna be disgusting. Why not piercing shot? Because you already pierce. That's why. It's a waste. Xenotech. First one. That's the first. Nice. Let's see what's the unidentified Imperial voidship. No ship kills you as soon as you're in detection range. The ship, Scarlet Pursuer, helmed by the Captain Demir Shahni, has Footfall listed as its home port. Message hints transparently at a connection with Kazbalik. Boxmaster adds that the captain has a proposal for you. Listen. Ship lets you know they will readily reward you for any information about the burning worlds in the Koronus Expanse. Ask why. Replies courteous as it's vague. The captain cites a scholarly curiosity in this understudied type of world. Upon hearing the message, Magus Pascal expresses a keen interest in burning worlds and asks Lord Captain to take the issue into consideration. Jai immediately declares that the Captain Shashni would never dash about the void out of a scholarly curiosity, but only for a suitably high return. In that case, perhaps the Lord Captain too might want to look into these burning worlds. Berserian makes no comment regarding Kazbalika's message, but is amazed that for once this team Magus and Mistress Heidari are in passionate agreement on something. Let them know you have no current information on the burning worlds, but are willing to sell any you may obtain in the future. You receive the Scarlet Pursuer projected itinerary information assistance, which you can find it later. Captain looks forward to meeting you again and acquiring information on burning worlds, should you possess it. We're gonna ignore these pirates. To the Cradle of Kepri.
Prophetic message from Regent Taronte or Celio. Navigators are concerned about the fate of Cassia, who disappeared from Urak 5. The Regent is requesting an update on her current status. He is also inquired about the possibility of personal meeting to negotiating to arrange the return of the late Navigator to her house. Psycho-emotional coding of the received message betrays acute concern. It also contains something that the astrophats have failed to put into words. If you'll excuse my forthrightness, I feel it necessary to tell House Celio the truth, otherwise a conflict with Navy's nobility is possible, which given the current state of the Koronus Expanse will only play into the hands of the enemies of the Imperium. Tell him that Cassia is safe and that the rogue trader would be honored to meet in person. I'll see to it. Astrobots will transmit your consent. They will be waiting with their guns. Yep. Xenotech again. Extract. Architect mechanism fragment. Unknown purpose. Distress signal. Čekaj, full release. Za 20 dana igra izlazi. Čekaj. Ima vremena.
Let the faith guide my path to glory!
The skeletons are lying in strange positions. Everyone was either carrying or hugging the other and did not let go even in death. Their gear is badly damaged and decayed. Carefully inspect the skeletons and their gear. There are 3 things worthy of note: fragments of some sort of devices that both skeletons carried on their belts, some shiny trinkets in the remains of the carried skeleton bag, and an old portable cogitator in the other's bag. Try to extract the data from the cogitator. The cogitator has been exposed to the elements for decades or even centuries. It's a small miracle that you're able to extract a fragment of Vox recording, apparently the last communications. We're rich, chaos take me rich. Fly for crying out loud, spit it out. What have you found? Rich, screw footfall. The Expanse can go to the orcs. We're out of here. Calixis, here we come. Because without record, Calixis is definitely the place to go. What makes you think life's better there anyway? Want a house on some planet unmentioned with a lion statue at the entrance. It will have a servitor with one job, dusting my lion statue. Fly, you idiot, you're still on dangerous planet. Quit sending me your coloring. Get back here, just tell me what you found already. Fly, you coming? I'm coming for you, dumbass. If you're not responding just to mess with me, you're dead meat. Examine the broken device. Pieces of a broken text suggest that this was a rudimentary radar jammer. An item commonly utilized by pirates in the Koronus Expanse. Trinkets. Clearly of Xenos origin. miscellaneous time-worn items, then no particular value. Looted from several corpses.
The divine watches over us.
Abelard, you got one job.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
The game is so freaking stable compared to beta, everything is bloody smooth.
Let us walk this path to the end.
And they fixed it well. Lord Xenos, no one's got it. Holy shit, it's bad, this is a fail.
Error. Making adjustments.
I'll try like 2 times, but there is no way. You can already see there is no way. Iliad has Lord Xenos, I think. Not sure though.
Was a shameful failure.
More in done. Pazim mrvice izleti. Hvala lepo. O, vrelo. Ženo, smučkaj mi jedan sok od zove. Sa kiselom. No, I won't waste time, it's
We are
impossible.
bound by the blood of masses.
The awareness doesn't check as well. Ah, that's unfair. Huge skill checks.
Stay
I'll make an
faithful,
example
and you
out
will
of
be
you.
rewarded. I will not be deterred.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor. If I may, I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor.
Those in our ranks.
By the manner of their death, I know them.
Holy shit.
Rejoice in battle!
Holy shit.
Doubt is for the weak. I am his will made manifest. Faith without deeds is worthless. You, my emperor! As the emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen. You, my emperor! I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak. Why I was chosen. This is unacceptable. You, my emperor! I'll do it. This is why I was chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. As the emperor commands, I act. Doubt is for the weak. If the emperor Emperor, protect me!
Naturally. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne's glory.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
As the emperor commands, I act.
If I may.
I'll do it. the Emperor commands, I act. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. That is not the Emperor's will. I will avenge you.
The Emperor is on our side. Let's see to it.
From the ashes I will rise. God Emperor, move through me. Be the fire in my heart. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Something is wrong here. It shouldn't be that hit chance. Oh man. What can you do? Everything one shot.
Blessings of the divine grant us the courage and strength.
Ženo, daj mene malo kečap iz dema. Znaš da volim. Ne.
Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
Uzeli smo 2 komada, nova.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all.
One of the hardest fights I've seen on Unfair is this one, by far. broken at all.
Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. This is why I was chosen.
Leroy's things for the follow.
Strength to carry.
Epic. Epic crap.
The Emperor commands. I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I am his will made manifest. Faith without deeds is worthless. Dedicated. I refuse. As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act. Can escape the Emperor's judgment. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
Actions will speak louder than words.
It's an honor.
After 50 fights, if not even 100 fights, hardest fight in a game is against the turrets.
We shall reclaim what
Turrets.
is rightfully ours.
Out of everything.
This
Showing
is
up
out of the
uninvited.
ordinary.
How improper.
And so it shall be done.
Naturally. Let's see to it.
The skill, armor, and deflection with toughness. If you can nuke down toughness, they become squishy. But there are no covers, man.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may,
Don't even know I'm buffing up, they just deal way too much.
me. If you insist, Lord Captain.
Literally impossible. Holy fuck, broken son of a bitch.
Another color has faded.
My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request denied. Request approved. Running binaric override.
They destroy cover, they're dead. What am I supposed to do without cover? Come on. Come on. Useless cover! One bullet removes the cover.
I need a foothold. But of course, Lord Captain. For the throne of glory.
Oh my god, 0 damage, potato damage.
I won't object to it. Let's see to it.
I go into the Emperor's light, for I am.
I don't know, I'll win this. No clue.
You dare cross an agent of the throne.
Rewarded.
Let's see if I can roll Argent that you played earlier.
Colony ship tamo, iduće godine.
Close ranks.
Closer.
I will not be deterred. Rejoice in service.
Movement points because of the talent give additional dodge to Heinrich's stride, see if he can avoid anything at all. Although he is useless against turrets, completely useless.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Our ranks diminish.
Bad. Too freaking bad.
Doubt is for the weak. Guided by faith. I'll do it. You, my emperor!
Know your duty.
You are in the presence of House Orcelia.
I'm at your service.
My soul is ablaze with righteous fury.
Jeez, the fight.
Let my enemies tremble at the sound of my steps. And so shall it be done.
Naturally. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
That fucking sucked.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
Rejoice in service. I won't suffer this. I will not be deterred. And so shall it be done. Actions will speak louder than words.
Don't leave us. That's an order. How dare you!
I'll be back. We have one down.
Be
I will
faithful,
deliver
and you will
furious
be rewarded.
retribution.
You think cover does nothing but harder difficulties? Try standing without cover.
Our foes shall be crushed beneath our unyielding might.
Trust me, it's impossible without cover. Cover means something, but very little.
You dare to cross us!
It's not a point that cover doesn't mean much. The point is you got only one full cover. There's only one spot on this entire map where you can actually survive. All other spots on the map are dead. Half cover means
Will be
full
rewarded.
cover here. That's But there's only one spot that's kinda safe. Okay, it's still this turret covers. But let's say you're safe from like 4 turrets over here. This one can kinda breach and that's about it. I need to take a piss. Be right back in a second. I don't know how I'll win this, if it's doable. To me it looks impossible.
I see you.
Out of the ordinary.
Tremble.
The Emperor is with us!
Messiah knows all, comprehends all. Running binary override. Request approved. Running binary override. My vow is to serve.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may?
Let's see to it. I'll put my psychic abilities to use. I won't object to it. Naturally.
The enemy enemies of the Emperor will be undone! As the Emperor commands, I act. Faith without deeds is worthless.
I'll do it.
Right is a prayer.
Damage is negligible. The Omniscient knows all, comprehends all. Running binaric override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
Success is measured in blood, yours or your enemy.
Indeed. At your beck and call. It will be done. Victory is imminent. Follow my lead.
Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done. Rejoice in service. Actions will speak louder than words.
Rejoice in battle! In the thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Doubt is for the weak. This is why I was chosen. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. You, my Emperor! I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. I will not. Faith without deeds is worthless. You, my Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act. I was chosen. Escape the Emperor's judgment.
Isn't this a job for the serfs? I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. Be careful not to cross my gaze. If I may...
Let's see to it. For the throne's glory. But of course, Lord Captain. I won't object to it. Everyone, step aside.
Doubt is for the weak. I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury. I'll do it. My Emperor! As the Emperor commands, I act. I'll do it.
Not a single crit out of 15 bullets. Sure. Sure, not a single crit.
It's just... I know it.
That's a tactical disadvantage.
Sure. I wonder how tough the... No, I won't go for it. See if I can do something with Abelard finally.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. For von Valentius. It will be done. Grey hair, sure hand. Target well struck. Indeed. I took care of this one. A tactically sound approach. It will be done. Grey hair, sure hand. Target well struck. Grey hair, sure hand.
The Emperor is on our side. Be gone. Naturally.
Faith without deeds is worthless. I'll do it. Doubt is for the weak.
Idiotic son of a bitch. For the second time, one hit away.
Injury is not an excuse to shirk one's duty. An exemplary strike. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
I need a foothold. For the throne's glory. I'll see our foes obliterated. Get me a target. I won't object to it. But of course, Lord Captain, nothing stands against me.
It will be done. Gray hair, sure hand. I will do my duty. Indeed. Victory is imminent.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
You a target?
Он fucking moves. Mrvic. Mrvic. Dođi mrvic. If you ask me to remember now what was my thought process behind the fight, I wanted Argenta to roll initiative, and I wanted to give action points to Pascal, not to Argenta that deals damage. Okay, but when the fight opened, how was I thinking? I was silent because I was keep thinking of what to do. So when the fight starts like this, I nuked them down all to the right. All of the companions were to the right. Cassia was here, dragging these to the middle, so they don't have the clear line of sight to annihilate everyone here. That leaves only one turret open for the clear damage over here.
and these two, they reckon full cover over here, because we are from the other side. Now what won the fight? I used to give action points or command or take aim to Argenta, or I do it on Heinrichs. He gives action points to another one. It's their next turn, or Cassia buffs up and so on. I opted in to give all action points to Pascal to expose weakness on a turret here, okay, and to reduce armor, so Argenta can have, once it's hurt, so she can actually kill the turret in round 1. When we eliminate the threat from the right side, then there's 5 turrets on the left side, but at least you are in clear half covers here, okay, so you have a solid chance, right? When all turrets are shooting at you from all the sides, there is no cover. So basically Pascal won the fight. If not for Pascal, you can never win. Okay. Easily Pascal won the fight. He fell first also. I was juking enemies. After I exposed weakness and after we bursted this, I went with Pascal over here to juke the attack from the turret. This turret wastes a round on already dead Pascal, okay, as a main bait. And then you buy an additional round to clear out the rest. It was the only way, that there is no other way. They just one-shot, it's impossible. Now, how many will do it? Especially without cheese, okay? This was without a cheese. Clean fight. But it's extremely hard.
Does something trouble you, Lord Captain?
All are lore Xenos traps. I just can't.
My ears are ringing.
I'll take it from here.
Lore Xenos everywhere, man. Awareness and tech use. Unsettling structure adorned in strange mask vaguely resembles the antenna of a powerful transmitter. As its base, you see a cogitator and a few other devices. Some parts of the structure is buried underground. Investigate. Identify a number of elements of the structure. The long-range antenna of a design standard of Imperial colonists, the cogitator, the Eldari beacon, and a half-dozen other devices of varied origin. They all have one thing in common. This tech is designed to transmit basic signals to neighboring space, the most common being requests for assistance and ship distress codes. So someone loaded this miserable place with transmitters from various races, in the hope that someone will land here and run into the welcoming committee. Clever. I saw similar tactics used in my years in the Navy. Through in a war zone, you're usually on a high alert. You don't just hear off after a lone distress signal. But in an isolated place like this, you expect the most likely scenario. Just a ship that had to make an emergency landing. It looks like plenty fell for it. Are you studying the device? Isn't its very existence a violation of the protocols of assembly? The statement is true. This construct has been assembled in contravention of a canon law and must certainly be disassembled, but not quite yet. But who would set such an indiscriminate trap? One intended to lure in Eldari and humans and anyone else, who is an enemy to everyone and everything. Tech use. You managed to penetrate the cogitator defenses. Its function is rather simple. The program is designed to activate the transmitter once every 5 years and send out a ship distress signal into space. Turn off transmitter permanently. You destroy the program and disable the transmitter. No one will respond to the sinister signal ever again. Blow up the structure. Demolition check succeeded. Lost melt. Gain XP. Gain benevolence. Speaking about that benevolence,
My faith is my shield.
bit of this, a bit of that.
The divine watches over us.
I hate to grab Elliot. You're supposed to have Elliot here. I just wondered, ouch, instead of whom.
And hardship, we prove our devotion.
Experience?
With
Nothing
each
matters
step,
more.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
See if I can land back again, but this time with Elliot. Can't believe how such a small map with only one encounter is so freaking hard. She should have Lord Xenos. Yes. So far to reach this point, it took 48 plus 15 hours. Nearly 16 hours. Nah, let's say pauses were like 5 hours. I'm around 58 hours in the game so far. And this is the middle of Act 1. Excuse me, middle of Act 2. There's gonna be 5 acts and probably the epilogue. So imagine that. And then the replay value.
Let us walk this path to the end.
You got Lord Xenos.
Elantark.
Death. See if you can succeed in anything at all.
We shall
Actually,
reclaim
yeah, but
what is rightfully
this is
ours.
my weakest point, basically, Lord Xenos. A rogue trader that knows nothing about Xenos.
Nothing's impossible for this
Know
old
your
officer.
duty.
Inspect the wreckage. I'm gonna freak out here, man.
I have learned much in my exile.
Did you know? It's worth doing it. With Lord Xenos.
My success was inevitable.
Good job.
The divine watches over us.
See how you do with traps.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
See how you do with traps, I said.
Too hard for a simple monkey? I have learned much in my exile.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Ooh, Fortress World, heavy Xenomesh. Deflection against non-human enemies. 5-2 wounds, 60% armor. Shuriken is whatever.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Awareness.
A trivial task.
Suppose the general cable leading away from the transmitter.
My success was inevitable. I have learned much in my exile.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Seeing Azuriani fail. I failed my kin.
Son of a bitch.
A trivial task.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Too hard for a simple monkey. I have learned much in my exile. Morak. My success was inevitable. I have failed my kin.
Know your duty.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? Morak.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? Oh, too hard for a simple monkey.
The Divine watches
None
over
are
us.
better at searching.
I got 2 melter charges left.
This task should have been accomplished easily.
Should have been.
Duty prevails.
There's a bunker. Who am I missing? Heinrichs? That's okay.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
Watch your steps.
What the fuck?
Operation successful.
Let us walk this path to the end. We are bound by the blood of martyrs. We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Pay attention.
O Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
The songs of my ancestors speak of stars long forgotten, and worlds long gone. What a shame that you lack the capacity to understand even a single note. I have failed my kin. I have learned much in my exile. State your intention. A trivial task.
Know your duty.
Though strength, intelligence bonus, additional damage for single attacks against humans. Also grants bonus thematic. So what? Strange creature.
Did you hope to see an Azurian?
Yeah, I hoped. I hoped.
I have failed.
Come on, I wanna see the Lord for this. Come on.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? I have failed my kin. Morak. I have failed my kin. Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? Morak. Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? I have failed my kin. Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail? Morak.
Yeah. I agree.
Did you hope to see an Azuriani fail?
I'm curious what it is though. That curious.
I have failed my kin.
Let me see what I'm wasting my time on.
My success was inevitable.
Yo, was a success. Yo.
Morak.
What the fuck? I'm an idiot. I think I need to exit the map for it to apply skill checks. It still counts like on unfair. It actually did roll on unfair. Let's see. If it doesn't roll now, it still counts as unfair.
I have failed my
It
kin.
still rolls as unfair. No matter that you switch, you need to switch the map as well. Pascal is the bounty hunter.
I have learned much in my
You
exile.
recognize the horrific dead creature as Medusa. A monster from the depths of the webway, the favorite pet of the Rukari. Hey, what I'm wasting time on, man. Just to see lore. Come on.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Up we go. I think the quarantine zone in football is free now. Should be. We got one huge battle over there.
We are bound.
As far as this segment goes, we're done. The hardest fight in a game. Okay. It was here.
An expected result.
Although, maybe, thanks for the fallout, maybe Chaos Marine from Act 1 as a final boss was harder, because you don't get as many resources to fight against him. Maybe that's still the hardest fight in a game so far. And then it's this one. And then it's the fight on Kiava Gamma, the very first encounter, because they throw frags from 100 and plus damage. AoE damage. And then it's Cubis Delphim. And then it's the middle, in the middle of Janus' third combat, with Rebels and Eldaris combined. Boss fight was easy, by the way, Mora, but the middle of the map was extremely hard. And what else? Ship combat, I don't wanna discuss ship combat, okay? Especially ship combat in Tenebris Aqua and Adermat 2. Okay, these two, like, come on. I already upgraded for the Imperial Navy. I already upgraded. And it's still as hard. Yeah, I got a Holy Delegation event on a Falstone. Nearly forgot. Good thing I'm here. Ended up on Falstone. Freaking Plasteel. One extractive left. Reverend Hieronymus Doloroso arrived on a planet for a brief visit. A great many itinerant pilgrims have come with him in hopes of finding a new home. Organize a grand mass burning of blasphemers and the Week of Faith in honor of Reverend Hieronymus' arrival. A grand mass burning of blasphemers. Let's see what's gonna happen. Let's burn the blasphemers. Colony spiritual fervor has impressed many of the pilgrims, and they decided to stay on a rogue trader planet. Reverend Hieronymus departed for another world, taking the rest of the faithful with him in search of a planet that could become their home. What? What type of event is this? What do I get out of this event? Accept the faithful. There is a... No matter what I do, it's the same. profit. 3 for profit. 7 and above for profit. Administrative official previously helped reclaiming a relic of St. Ignatius from Crouched Ward. Kindred the generous bribes and would like some more. In exchange for the riches request, he promised that an error will creep into the administrative calculations, so that all provisions from the agri-world of Mirkus Alpha will be shipped to Dragonus instead of Navy's orbital fortress of Dragonus 2. It goes down by 7. I don't have people. I can do this for profit factor though. And I can do this for additional profit factor. Forgotten Twins. I'm rarely checking journal, I just like to play without opening a journal, especially when I play CRPGs. We are going to Palstone. Make it unsafe. Orbit. Drusius blessing, what was it? Oh, hallelujah, man. Imperial Navy. Hallelujah, buy it all. Everything. Everything that we can grab. Absolutely all. Everything. Grab that. Grab the scrap box. Ah! What do we do now? Maybe I can win some ship combat finally. First, let's repair the hull. And now, engine. Plasma drive provides speed along with strong acceleration. 13 spell with acceleration. 12 speed, 13 strong acceleration and brake, low acceleration and brake. We're gonna go with strong acceleration and brake, but with 12 speed and equip. Shields. 70 points of protection for each sector. Doubled against enemies' energy attacks. 120 points of protection for each sector. 95 points amount is doubled. 70 doubled for energy. 120 flat. 80 points of protection. Amount is doubled. 120, 95. Flat 120, and this amount is doubled on 95. We're gonna go with 95. Auspex. Provides warship weapon with targeting data, granting 72% hit chance, 20 crit. 84, 10. 84 hit chance. Armor. Military padding, negating 4 points of damage on each side. Soul ceramite plating protects the vessel from harm, negating 9 points of damage on the 4, 5 on all other sides. Negating 5 points on each side. 9, 5. Port. The one I got. Starboard. Exactly the same. The dorsal prow. Torpedo tubes. Capable of firing 5-shot burning plasma torpedoes with 19 damage warheads. One are Fortis, the other one are Griffon. So which one are better? Fortis. There is a Sunhammer lens battery. Medium range lanes, dealing 60 to 70 damage to a chosen enemy within a wide firing arc. So what do I... My torpedoes. It's gonna be torpedoes. And a medium range lance. Torpedoes. That's about it. Let me see something. This goes to cargo. Bloody hell, if I know what is this. Now we trade more with this Drusus blessing, see if I can buy more stuff. Since I'm here. I can't. 72, 90, 30. I can't trade at all. Does it have to be this hard for trading with for the ship parts? Look at all of this. I could easily buy. Right, we are stronger than we were, plus the escort. Now, speaking about escort, is it done? We're gonna have a washing machine bug, but I need to check. Nothing on a false though. Trophies, Janus, Yavagama, Chapel of Enumeration, weapons and efficiency. Execute. Lord Captain, we received the report from Dargonus. Some common folk from now ruined Scipion had succumbed to heresy of defiance, forming into engine vandals gangs. They now ride among the wasteland of adeptic cleaning Goliaths. They declare themselves outside of the law, raiding the hive's outskirts only to escape retribution in the toxic wastelands. Bereft of the grace of shelter beneath the walls of the blessed hives, they're willing to do anything to prolong their fleeting lives under the open sky. They curse your lordship's apparent cruelty. Rumor has it that the Brigadier clan, in charge of debris removal in the ruins of Scipion, keep in contact. You could pass on your orders to the renegades via the Brigadiers, or force them to disclose the locations of the rebels' nomadic camps. What do my companions have to say? If the engine vandals have managed to tame the ancient machine spirits, then that means they're technomats or even tech priests among their ranks. That renders them negotiable. It will be efficient to utilize such renegades instead of disposing of them. A promise of reward for every piece of technology found in the wasteland of Dargonus. Return back to Dynasty will ensure their obedience and tractability. If you wish to exterminate them, Elentak, do not waste your time on hunting them down. Instead, deceive them into defeating each other with a prize, a weapon or a trophy that they can fight for. After the monkey are finished slicing each other up for the right to obtain it, your warriors shall finish the deed. This tactic proved itself to be very useful against your kind. The aristocrats of Dargonus despise them, but are also secretly afraid of them, correct? Renegades that can invoke such fear. I wonder if I had exiles like this on my home, would I have curbed the ambitions of my brothers and sisters? Would they have supported me in case of conflict? I'm scheming and conspiring right now, am I not? bravo, Lady Cassia. Do not be ashamed of the unique abilities bestowed upon you by your heritage. They are your birthright. Do it, Pascal. Let them serve the acquisition of knowledge. Profit factor last. May the last be found yet again. The former servants and serfs of the Omnissiah that are now a part of the Engine Vandals were happy to actively collaborate and redeem themselves in the eyes of a Deus Mechanicus. The common folk did not dare to judge this union, fearing the menacing priests clad in scarlet. Hive raids have become a rare occurrence. The expeditions are returning from the wastelands with relics that had once been lost in the West Plains, which make their way into the dynasty vault via the Brigadier clan. Security is up. Okay, not bad. Ships are done. Shield of the Emperor. We have an escort. Profits for water. Granting the right to unite into guilds will cause an explosive growth of industry, which will in turn lead to the dehydration of the planet's surface. Frags, replenishing efficiency mechanisms. It blocks Adeptus Arbites. Blocks the seasonal war. It's already blocked, yeah? Must be completed build of the Expanse. I don't have it. Adeptus Arbitrator Solomon Veer. What the fuck? Heavy? When the wearer hits a criminal enemy, the enemy gains 1 stack of perplexed. Coercion armor deflection. Coercion armor deflection. Adeptus. I like it. Weapons adamantium. Blocks others. Player character. All party members gain 5% damage in melee and additional 20% damage to all of their attacks of Seasons of War. We're going in for the armor. Thanks again. Quickly start because of the washing machine bot. Did a lot. I think I can win some ship battles finally. I sure hope so. I got torpedoes now. It just took 60 hours to get torpedoes. Only 60 hours. How many hours will it take to complete all acts? It depends whether you're gonna read all, how many time you spent in leveling, how many time you're gonna spend in combat, about the difficulty you play on, and so on. I believe those that rush don't read, they're gonna finish in 80 hours, 100 hours. Those that rush on easier difficulties without reading. Those that read everything and play on the hardest difficulty, easily 300 hours and above. That's guilty football. I really believe that we can access the quarantine zone. the hunt for knowledge. The unknown mechanism in the atrium. Who goes? I like having Heinrichs in my team, even though he's useless for skill checks. I like having Heinrichs in my team. I mean, we're playing Warhammer 40k, man. We need to have a Nazi in our squad. Imagine playing without Heinrichs.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Check Opticon. Show the data slate. I collected planetary data that may interest you. Collected data is of interest, significant, compliant with the criteria for cooperation. The Cognizance Fleet, thank you for your contribution, guarantees the provision of reciprocal service indulgence in the form of parts and equipment. We gain profit vector. Reporting the Kappa threat supply line is ready to continue cooperation with the One Valencius dynasty in the sphere of planetary reconnaissance. Wanna make a deal. Oh, heavy plasma. Whenever the wearer and allies in the cell's radius gain momentum, you'll see an equal amount of temporary wounds. %20 dodge against enemies with perception lower than that of the wearer. 10% dodge against ranged, and 35 armor. Cry. Inferno pistol shot at a short range. Fortress world armor. That's garbage. Heavy armor. Complete garbage. $70 profit vector, man, is fucking garbage. Garbage. Ancient component of Targonus Fleet Brigade was discovered in the wastes by the engine vandals and presented to the rogue trader. They gave us... What is the ancient component? Ancient component, what? No name, no description, nothing, and I'm supposed to equip that on a ship. Let's
Let the faith guide my path to
move
glory.
on. Then we can detect something now, goddammit. We got better awareness than we used to have. Maybe we can.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars. We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Huge fight awaits now. But first, we're gonna go to Ryza quickly, then to Atrium, and then to Shadow Quarters. Should be done by now. With quarantine.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Checking with better awareness if they're gonna detect something at all. I doubt, but we can check quickly.
The divine watches over us.
Serrated greatsword, primitive. Brinkwalker pendant. You can move without provoking attacks of opportunity as long as you have less than 50% of wounds left. Staff of Endless Flame. Pyromancer Staff. Meltas. I wanna buy Meltas. Only got one Melta. And need those Meltas. How much do we need? 5 to 9. Apex Predator gloves. Prey gloves. Stackable bonus. Temporary wounds. Difficulty tier. Crit damage and chance. Needle. Meltas. I did this for Meltas only, by the way.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Couldn't have stopped at the bar for a drink. Do I read chat? I do. Most of lore has checks. I think this. It's not a crash. I thought it was gonna be the first crash. But it's not. Medkits. Onslaught. Cracks. Agility light. Multi keys. Wait.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Look no further.
I forge my destiny among the stars.
The first ships from Janus already arrived. The station is no longer facing famine or the predatory interests of Jorda. Must admit, right up until the last moment, I did not believe that you would come to our aid without an ulterior motive. Your ascension makes me wonder in life in the Koronus Expanse is changing in the most unexpected way. Plasma, Drukari. Now extracticums. Freaking game, man. Let's go to the quarantine zone.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Quarantine zone on football is the last thing that I'll do for today.
The divine watches over us.
some fights that I'm having huge problems, that I had huge problems, like 5 fights or so, I believe they're gonna slightly nerf them by 10% or so for unfair. It won't happen when the game is released, it's probably gonna happen, well, January, February, if not even beyond that, but 95% of fights on unfair that I stumped, they're gonna be drastically harder. From 10 to 50 all the way to 100% harder. So double the amount of difficulty.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Are you done with quarantine? Don't tell me you're not done. Sergeant. You done? So is it safe now? That depends. If everyone who could have died is dead and rotting. Let's see. We can finally enter.
The machine gun grants me insight.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Look, over there.
Hieronymus teaching on the path of Saint Drusus.
Know your duty.
Nothing escapes my sight.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Political influence.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Operation successful.
No one died from the disease. You were shot. Quarantine zone for
The
nothing.
divine watches over us.
Data meditation is terminated.
Logic is on.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Access received for the elevator to go up. Get lost or get shot.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Pay attention.
With each step, I forge my destiny among the stars.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs. No!
Yeah, dressed in black, walk the streets and sow disease.
What a shameful failure.
95%, man. Troll. Game is dark, extremely dark, and there is no bullshit. There are no fucking relations. I mean, there is something, but it's very small, insignificant. Most of the game is war. Okay, war. Profit, politics, and war. No crap like in Baldur's Gate 3.
I mean, truth to be told, Baldur's Gate 3 is more like a, I don't know, a social media game. I don't know how to call it. Netflix CRPG, Hollywood CRPG. If you can even call it a CRPG, because it's more like a dating simulator. I don't know. Just, I don't even want to compare. It's not like you can compare Rogue Trader to Baldur's Gate 3. I can't compare Baldur's Gate 3 to any other CRPG, including Fallout 1 from 90s, because it's a blasphemy to compare.
Operation successful.
Repulsive mutations.
Watches over us.
Toss the rubbish aside, demolition. Pair of eyes lights up in darkness. Too big to be human, too intelligent to be an animal. And later the vision vanishes. What was that? Krulet, thanks for the follow. You can suffer burning effect by walking over the burning cells. 3 additional stacks of burning when you stand on burning cells. For a pyro. Boots for pyro. Whether you're gonna play an arch militant flamethrower pyro or you're gonna play a psyker pyromancer, these are great boots to have.
Let us walk this path to the end.
Gunshot wounds. Paragon's teachings.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Check. I don't have awareness. Very low.
I better myself
Oh,
through my
mutant's
service.
lair.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Pay attention.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
I need to check the demolition here as well. I just bought Meltas. A mine entrance cave.
Never doubt me.
Note from the cache in the old tunnel. This is the final stretch, Seeker. Remember the second word design. Remember the place. Cogitator. Statue of the Founder. Small temple.
The divine watches
Okay, first we win the fight, then we discover the secret, and that's everything there is on Fallstone. But first this. Mutant's lair.
Know your duty.
The Emperor sets my path. Join me in prayer. Carry the Emperor's will as your torch. As the Emperor commands, I act.
to eternal darkness.
Vector. Well, looks easy enough.
And so it shall be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me. If you insist, Lord Captain. Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet. I'm not accustomed as duty demands. I'm afraid not. Step aside. The navigator is coming. Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. That is foolishness. I am a navigator, not a servitor. Emperor, give me strength.
Let's see to it. Naturally.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. My vow is to serve. Running binaric override. Request approved.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act. The Emperor! I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Doubt is for the weak. As the Emperor commands, I act.
Running binary override. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved in value. The only scion knows all, comprehends all. Request approved.
Rejoice in service. And so shall it be done.
I will do my duty.
High momentum.
Indeed. It will be done.
The Emperor commands.
My place is at the fore. I've seen worse battles than this in life. At your beck and call. I will do my duty. At your beck and call. No matter the cost. Follow my lead. Reduced to dust. Victory is imminent. I took care of this one. A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call. Gray hair, sure hair.
Click on a bug report, the bug disappears, like it knows. It wants to live. Bug wants to live. Nah, fucking seen it all.
Actions will speak louder than words. I will not be deterred.
Not that bad for an officer. Psychic phenomena.
I have read tomes of military tactics. If I may, isn't this a job for the serfs? I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. Isn't this a job for the serfs? If I may.
I'll put my psychic abilities to use. But of course, I'm done with this one. I won't object to it.
My competences are not that universal. My vow is to serve.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. In thy light I stand, and thy light I crave. Why I was chosen. As the Emperor commands, I act. I refuse.
You gotta love the heavy bolt.
It's why I
Gotta
was
get real.
chosen. Faith without deeds is worthless. Get it.
Let us walk this path to the end.
So much from the mutants. Junkie mutants. Imperial Pride Bolter. Oh. Oh. Can Argenta get stronger? Yes, she can. Damage against Xenos, Psychers, and Servants of Chaos is increased by +4. What the fuck? Holy shit, man. No freaking way. Look at Unfading Valor and look at the Imperial Pride. That's a huge difference. Smaller recoil. Bigger damage, especially against Xenos, Psychers, and Servants of Chaos. And it's really golden. Looks great. There's a lot of detail. For a CRPG, there's a lot of detail. Bolter. Looks amazing. Argenta is officially crazy. You don't know what weapon is more dangerous, okay? Man. Way you pre-ordered on Alkiat site, yeah. Now, speaking about this fight.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Imperium, that's on Jaya Hildari.
I did it.
You did it, did you? Journal of one of the locals. The handwriting is barely legible. It appears to mark the births and deaths of the inhabitants of the small community of mutants. There is no one to add the last entry.
We are bound by the blood of martyrs.
Chemical reagents increase the damage of all bleed, burn, or toxic effects applied by the user with +2. For a pyro. Really good for a pyro. Also, Heinrichs can profit out of it because of a toxic attacks, but for a pyro.
I forge my destiny among the
One of the easiest fights in the game provides probably the best rewards that I've seen so far. All around. This is like a loot room, man.
The divine watches over us.
Like it's trivial. Easily trivial. But nice. All in all, it's nice. This is it with football. There's a secret left. We need to finish with the secret.
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
Should have used the elevator. But whatever.
Know your duty.
I think I did. Not sure though. I think I did.
We shall reclaim what is rightfully ours.
Here. Secret. Don't tell me I need awareness. Use keys to enter the words realizing design. Greetings. Greetings to you, King Wanderer, who found my message and solved my riddle. I, Parsimus Devane, Master of Footfall, Trailblazer of the Expanse, am pleased to welcome visitors to my magnificent palace in the stars. Footfall is my great creation. It is what marked the beginning of the Imperium's triumphant march into the Koronus Expanse. You're here because you managed to discover the message in the Almanac of Footfall published on my orders and find the caches I installed at selected sites. You have seen the view from the dome of the Great Cathedral, the void-piercing arch of the Providence Bridge, the star-cold gaze through the windows of the small quay. Only thus, step by step, can one experience the scale and the elegance of my creation. Footfall sights are their own reward. However, I have prepared a gift for those who might unravel my riddle. Approach my statue, for the gift awaits you there. Remember, nothing must stand between you and your design, no matter how audacious and grand it may be. And we got Righteous Fury Cape. For every kill, the wearer increases their critical hit chance by 5% until the end of combat. I think Argenta's gonna be mental. Each use of Revel she's gonna be mental. This is again for Argenta. Everything is for Argenta. Golden Bolter. trinket, amulet, and a cape. Each use of Revel in Slaughter increases the wearer's perception by +10 until the end of combat and it stacks. Argenta's gonna be
Let us
mental.
walk this path to the end.
And that's that. Nothing else remains on footfall. Think I can pick to Vladheim. I think, I'm not sure. And maybe receive reward because I cleared the mutants. But basically there's nothing else left. Tomorrow we have plenty of ship fights. Everywhere. And then it's the Eldari, and then the next deck starts. Nothing with him. Guys, that's gonna be it for today. Or should I say for tonight? How many hours is my run on Unfair so far? Today's 17 hours. Take like 3 or 4 hours away for pauses. That's how much. People, I wish you all good night and thanks for watching. Next stream tomorrow, being around 16-17 hours from now, same time as today basically. Guys, see you.